get this over with. You're not going anywhere.
Give anything for a sip.
Suffocate. Bronze key. Dun, dun, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Skeletal snipers do.
Gonna need a sacred water fountain.
Back off! Is my power to wield. I think not. No. Beautify! None can oppose me.
A great challenge overcome.
Should be able to get out now, right? I'm gonna have to hit that. Water fountain restore. Here, go over here, grab the sacred water. Honor. Hate the lever ones, man.
I think not. No. No.
No. It's so funny.
None can oppose me.
Sweet, magnificent. Relish your mortality.
I need to beat this guy without dying. That's the whole problem.
Is formidable. Steel yourself. Stand clear.
Got him.
I knew you would succeed.
No.
No. let's
I think not.
come on, get rid of this thing, dude. I'm not trying to pick that up. Go. Go, go, go.
Power awaits me, as expected.
Journalist, seek power costs. What does blood make? Elemental damage also contributes to bleeding at mag 2.
Of my blood, they will see true power. Of my blood, they will see true power. And of my blood, they shall know true pain. No. No. I must keep calculating.
Go.
What?
Stay inside.
Quickly.
Probably shouldn't.
Does it not let me go back? Terrible game.
It is issued. Selarim.
Greetings.
Greetings.
I must keep calculating.
For it. Can't do attack speed. Okay, so we should be able to get through here a little bit faster than normal.
You're not going anywhere. Hold them back when I open the gate. You made light work of that. All part of my. All part of my plan.
Aid supported. Skill deals 40% more area damage. Trying to feed into like straight raw damage as much as I can.
Noxious.
How is this possible?
I shall throw you, Sakama, and leave you to the sand!
You're not going anywhere.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sakamas disgraced me! This time, we choose war! We shall finish this!
Make haste. He must not escape. Jarman Ra, the
Quickly!
Korski.
He calls us the
running
very
away.
sands against us!
Ha.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
All right, so far we're moving ahead.
Quickly.
What?
Really?
Stay in sight.
Not a good sign.
Hello!
can I?
She made light work of that. Nowhere left to hide now, sweet undead king.
I am with the trail can fight to the last.
So this is how they bury their dead. It's rather elegant.
Oh, nice. If I do it this, so if I use the, like if I turn them into the, like my little buddies, it won't explode. I guess I gotta go this way just to make sure. Well, you know what? I have to talk to her, huh?
The path to Deshar has been moved. Swiftly.
If you are the I will tell. Warm nights.
What? Do not wander.
No. Says.
Careful story. Do not wander.
Death and decay!
Damn it. I have to do this like one at a time. And I know that this isn't gonna work because those are all crit every time up to 25.
Future high!
Cool, it only gave me one to fight. Because I can't fight two of them, apparently.
Another strategy.
Care for a story? Do not wander.
I may have I may have to restart the instance because I did turn the first one over and I think that might have been it. There's usually like a couple on here, so figured it would move to another one, but I'm not sure. There we go. Got it.
What of it?
Hyvä näin. Sands guide you.
Not what I wanted to do, but only thing I can do
Another strike.
is invest in the minions, you know?
I will tell your tale.
Yo, what up, NK? Do you need any assistance with anything or a boss, perhaps? I can't donate any money to the channel this month, but would you allow me to donate you some orbs in game instead, please? Yo, MK, dude. The fact that you're just here, that's good, man. I'm good with that. Sorry, I'm like zoning out. I'm all like, all good, man. All good. I'm just leveling up the character, getting used to how to play this character. Yeah, man. I hope all is good, and I hope you're being safe out there, man, and making it happen, you know? I appreciate it very much, though, dude. Thank you, though. Yeah, don't worry about not having to donate on a monthly basis, man. It's all right. Just the fact that you show up and say hi, I'm good with that, man. You know what I mean?
You're not going anywhere.
We'll be playing Destiny, but I did everything on Destiny that I needed to do for this current stuff. So I'm just like, when I play Destiny, man, like I get like super like I get hang neck, like, you know. I may have to reset this instance, man. I did let's see. I may just have to, as much as I like it, I just have to stick with this. Need to go down here, over here. Oh, been at that. I'll just have to come back to it later, I guess.
The Faradin. They are still here.
Good. Have you are you at end game? If you don't mind me asking, MK.
You're not going anywhere.
What build did you use? Whole time I've been hitting the wrong button. check. Cast speed, more area effect, physical damage. Well, the area effect isn't that big of a deal. Being able to hit. Yeah, Invoker. Okay, so Monk. Is it the one with the bell? Invoker, Monk Launcher. Alright. It was glitching out right there. It was bugging out.
My power to wield.
Ah. The only problem with that, this particular build, is that. Switch it up a little bit. day, what a day, what a day.
Greetings.
Infested wasteland. All right, I'm in an infested barrel. Follow the canal to the waterways. What the f- Okay.
No room. How can I be of aid?
Yeah, new strategy required.
Hey there.
Hey there.
My tribe could use. Wisdom water. Take care. There's not. Bye-bye.
I want to take a nap. I'm being old. Take a nap, bro.
Lightning bird!
Need a sec.
It's disgusting, it is.
Who's next?
Pew pew.
Need a sec.
Jungle ruins. Iron ring. Dead end. Don't need to interrupt it or anything like that. There it is. Woohoo! Moving on up.
Pretty, but I'm not touching a damn thing round here. idea to avoid breathing round here. Not yet. Lightning burst! Oh, I knew it. Wait a sec. Oh, spies, fungus.
Keep yawning, dude.
Quickly.
Quickly. Quickly.
Still alive. I like it. Keep your eyes sharp.
Here. Dash. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go. 11 charges. 11 charges. That's not bad for mana. I wish it was like 11 charges for life. So check out this monster. The monster is going. Not go.
Reloading.
Checkpoint. Cool. Where's it going? Temple of Chaos. Where I lost all my stuff.
Another chance at ancient wisdom, eh? Chance of saving this lot, but they're long gone.
Dang, dude, I'm getting rocked by that thing. That's crazy. The Chimera? Not yet. I just got into here. I'm familiar with it though, yeah. I've done it a few times already. Yeah, it's the Chimera thing, right? Yeah. It took me like 5 tries before I realized you could break those stone towers, right? And it stuns it. Mm-hmm. Dude, it's like bugging out, like controls, everything. It's so sick of that, dude. Like you have to like stop and like I've had to turn it on and off like 3 or 4 times just to get it to be in a stable state. And it's a server thing is really what it is. I almost don't want to play it anymore right now. So like I'm losing a lot of faith in this game. I was on the show, saw your gameplay, and now I'm 120 hours in. That's awesome, man. I like, don't get me wrong, I like the game, but there's certain things that this company's doing that's like, it's pissing me off and it's making me not like this game, and it's because of their attitude towards everything. The most important one, and the elephant in the room, is the freezing issue. They're not fixing the game. They're like, instead of nerfing and working on all that crap, work on making the game stable. Like, there's some massive hangups, dude, that you cannot, like, that they're not fixing. They're oh, we're gonna nerf this, we're gonna nerf that, we don't want it to be like, let them have it, like let them do that, because once you do the entire patch for it, then you could knock out everything all in one shot. Like, because what you're doing is every time they update it and they nerfed something, it doesn't mean like everybody's playing that build, even though I mean everyone is playing the freaking monk build, but that's what happens. Like, they nerfed everything, they did all these things. So like, for instance, just using the galvanic like lightning build, they nerfed everything and it made it like, it's not like OP, but it does less damage than what it did. Or like, it set back a lot of players, right? It's been setting back a lot of players to get to endgame. And I don't think that's proper because they're gonna eventually change everything anyway. So it's like, fix the damn game, especially the freezing, dude. Like I have a 2-page Steam rolling, like Steam on Steam. I have 2 pages of people that are like, dude, what is going on with this? And people trying to help fix it, and that's great and all. But there is a YouTube video of 17 different ways. Yeah, because the problem with it is because it could corrupt your data. I've already had to format a couple SSDs, you know, already. Like I've had to reformat like twice, and now we're sitting at like 40 resets. I've had to power reset my PC 40 times, and I'm tired of that because that also includes hard powering, and you could be jeopardizing your power supply too. Yeah. Because this is what happens when you have to power reset. There's processes working in the background on your PC. So when it completely locks up and you have to hold the power button to reset your PC, you have the potential of corrupting your data. So you have to go and reformat if there's any corruptions in the data. And especially if you have multiple SSDs and whatnot, right, installed. So, and then on top of that, you have issues potentially because you're always constantly powering off and powering on like that. Your power supply could go. Yeah, and that's what I'm mad about. And this is what I'm really, really mad about. They've only talked about it in the beginning week, like in the beginning week of the release of the early access. They talked about it briefly, and they're like, oh yeah, blah blah, like, you know, and then never again. And everybody's been going, what the fuck is going on? And zero, they are not saying anything about it. It continually keeps happening. They're not even like, we are very aware of this issue, we're working on it, this is why we don't know why it's doing this, or they're not doing anything. So I'm like, I finally started retaliating, going like, look, if you're ignoring it, that's making it worse. That means you know there's a problem, and it's a very big problem because it's actually damaging hardware. It can, and you're not fixing that particular issue, or you don't know what it is. But the thing is, you're not saying anything about it, which is which is a really big bummer, because you're not doing anything. Like, you're not doing anything about it, and there's legitimate people that are like losing their shit, going, dude, what the and don't get me wrong, I think it's awesome that the community comes up and goes, hey man, try doing your affinity, setting it to CPU 0, CPU 1, blah blah blah, this and that, change your graphic, you know, do this, do that, do that. I shouldn't have to do that. Like, I don't know you, and I don't know who you are, and you're trying to get me to change systematic things that I have no knowledge of, right? I do have a basic knowledge of PC for most people, right? Most people are just like, dude, like, I don't want to change those settings, or when they change it, they freak out and they don't know how to change it back, right? Everyone's always with the solution, but not how to work the solution and how to go back to default in case the solution didn't work for them, right? So everyone's just spitting, oh, I did this and it works great for me now. And it's like, come on, dude. That's not the case. So the company itself should be going, hey, this is the issue. This is the workaround for right now. This is what you should be trying to do to make it work from our end. They don't want to say anything because they know if as soon as they say something about it, they're taking responsibility for it. Unfortunately, they should be taking, because it's not happening to any other game. Destiny maxed out, Borderlands maxed out, Diablo 4 maxed out. Like, I can have ultra settings going, playing for 2 weeks straight, and there's not going to be an issue. You play Path of Exile 2, it's happened to me right out of the gate before. It's happened right when I started the game up, boom, stop, froze. It's pretty bad, dude. They've already had it. They're already at 0. It's supposed to be 0.1.1. dude, they're at 0.1.1b already, and they still haven't fixed it. I'm not kidding, bro. Like it's really sad. Like here, I'll show you guys. Like I put this up on Steam because I was like, you know what? Hi, PoE2 is freezing, making it unresponsive. Currently installed from PoE website and try to stream key and see if that fixes the issue, but guaranteed to happen every time I play and only play on PoE2. I run all games at 2K 1400 at 60 FPS for PoE. Shouldn't be that big of an issue. And I'm not like even running it at 2K. I'm actually running it at like 720, even like 1080, 60 FPS, right? Look at all these. Look at, dude. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of people that are like, this issue has been happening before and after I upgraded my drivers. I believe, it's something with the 3D AMD CPUs. It's not. It's really frustrating. I'm upgrading my PC. See, people are like buying and like doing all this crazy shit when spending all this extra money just for Path of Exile 2, and they're not taking any responsibility for it. They're not talking about it. They're not going, hey, this is what we've done in our house, like in-house. This is how to fix it, or don't do anything, or don't play the game until release. They're just, people are like still getting into the game and not realizing this is happening, and it starts happening. They've lost their $30. We paid for this, right? And we're trying to help support them, right? But I'm seeing like Reddit posts that they're arrogant, and that they're like they're above themselves, kind of a thing. And I started looking more into this company because I didn't know too much about these guys. And I started reading about it, and I'm starting to lose a lot of faith. Now I put this last one here. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of response from the Grinding Gear games regarding the issue related to the Path of Exile 2. Numerous players, including myself, have reported significant problems such as game freezes and the need for hard resets, which appear to be directly caused by Path of Exile 2. This has been a constant issue since the game's launch. It is quite disappointing that such a significant problem has not been addressed by the company, despite extensive feedback from the community. As a new member of the Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile community, I find it increasingly difficult to respect Triple G's approach to customer support. Furthermore, I have requested a refund due to the ongoing issue. However, it has been a week, been more like a month. No, be fair, it'd be like, I think it's like 2-3 weeks. But anyways, and there has been no response. I understand that the company may be experiencing a backlog, but the lack of communication is turning initial excitement and support into frustration. Many of us invested in early access to support Triple G, but the current scenario feels more like a cash grab, leaving us feeling misled. I hope that Triple G will address these concerns promptly and improve their communication with the community. And then I had to write another thing. Like, I just like, I'm pissed about it, dude. Also, to everyone having issues with their PC freezing and having a hard power reset, first of all, to all who are trying to help and give such solutions to others, thank you. Just understand this issue is the same but different for everyone. Here is a YouTube video showing 17 ways to try and fix the freezing issue. Note, none of these suggested fixes came from Triple G themselves. These are just community gamers who are just suggesting a potential fixes. Always back up anything and take note of original settings when changing any system settings. If you're not sure, just don't do any of these. The rollback, because everyone's always saying, oh, I rolled back to the 2423. You can't get it. Once you've updated to the 24 or the 2H24 version of Windows 11 or Windows 10, or I think it's Windows 11, and after I think it's after 10 days of having it. So for people that upload and update their systems basically daily, I do mine like weekly, I believe. You have 10 days to roll it back to the 2H23, and that seems to be the stable But I'm even hearing that 2H23 update for Windows 11 is still bugged. Like, it's starting to do it too. So the rollback to the 2H23 Windows or whatever, in my case, the rollback has a 10-day window after updating to 2H24. After that, you can't roll back and risk trying to find the 2H23, meaning that you have to go through and look through websites that could potentially be phishing websites or malware websites, and they say, oh yeah, we have the 2H23, and you're downloading it from somebody and not officially from Microsoft, because Microsoft's not giving that version out anymore. So the only way to get that version is if you've already have it downloaded and you're just re-uploading it and you're uninstalling, but not many people do have that. So the main problem is, for me, is Triple G isn't addressing it at all. And we as a community are left with a very large unanswered issue, clearly affecting a lot of supporters of PoE2, attacking each other over something Triple G should be updating us on, especially having paid to support. At the very least, we should hear from the horse's mouth, good or bad. And then here's the YouTube link. I hope this helps, and if nothing changes, my positive rating is turning into a negative one. I suggest everyone having this issue that don't get fixed do the same. Dude, like literally, dude. Like, look, there's 6 pages. And each page has an average of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26, that's myself, 27, 28, 29. So basically an average of, like, depending on the size of the text, I guess, so an average of 10. So that's 60 plus, you know what I mean? Even after the update yesterday, which was on the 17th of January, even after the update yesterday, the problem is still an issue, but the patch notes not mentioned that this problem might be fixed. I got a crash yesterday and this morning still. Have to use the basically the BES to limit the CPU usage to 90%. Would be nice to fix this more urgently. Like they're like, dude, they're 14900K and a RTX 4090, and they're crashing. I've had freezes consistently since day one. Like, and everyone's like, oh, it's the outdated BIOS. I have the most current BIOS on everything. Like, and it's just so lame that people do that, man. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Be wary of it. You know, there are issues, man. And that's the biggest one, dude. This is the biggest one. And this is my post on this idea, on this topic. There's other ones in here too. I gotta find them that are doing the same, and they have like hundreds, dude. Like, and there's like hundreds on the forums too, on Path of Exile, you know, the website, their website. So it's a big deal, dude. Look, fix your broken game, man. Did you get stuck on the random non-existence obstacle though? And that is another issue. So it happened today. I was playing the not the Trials of Chaos, but the first one, to be able to ascend your character. What's that on the Act 2? The trial, like through the desert, and you have to like run to the crystal or whatever, and then you get the holy water or whatever. So what'll happen is if you die in a particular instant, like on the boss, right? It'll keep going, and you can't. It doesn't reset the instance, so you're just stuck there on the screen. and it just keeps going. It doesn't restart the the instance, doesn't put you back in the beginning of that particular event, or put you back in town or anything. It just sits there and just keeps going. Like, I sat there and I let my skeletons, my minions, actually destroyed the boss, and I was like, I wonder if I get anything for that, and it didn't do it. But you can still, but at least in that case, you can hit escape on your keyboard and exit out of the game and come back. But that's also an issue now. Like, yeah, I think so. Something like that. It's the one where you, it's the potential first time you can ascend besides the Trials of Chaos. Because Trials of Chaos is in Act 3. And then the, you know, so that's, you know what I mean? And they were sitting at, it's starting to already happen with them on their ratings. They're starting to drop a little bit. They were like at 90%, dude. Now they dropped to, I think, 80, 85. That's artwork. Me crafting for 2 days straight. It's so good, dude. My ribs hurt. Me crafting for 2 days straight. This is the slime shit. That's pretty good, dude. That is pretty good. Bro, because that's true. Like, an end game, right? Did you see this? Dude, the internet is savage, bro. that's the statue one, right? After you beat the Chimera. Oh, what is happening, bro? Okay, that made me happy. I'm laughing. That was pretty good, dude. That was pretty damn good. This one's good. This one's pretty good too. The chaos artwork. And then this one, dude. This one that just tra-la-la. Ta-la-la. Oh crap. Oh, here it is. See, look at that. So, Ultimate Path to Exile 2 Performance Fix 2025. Okay, so let's see. See, but this is by Overum. But this isn't. Is this actually a person from? To help you trouble and resolve CPU and NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA Exile 2 primary focus addressing load rendering. Okay. Which is known to cause low FPS shuddering crashes. Please follow the complete guide. See, like, you gotta go. Why do I gotta go to GitHub and download from GitHub? It's so random. It became worse. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's trying to, like, and the sad part about it is, like, there are genuine people trying to help, and there's people that are, like, legitimately, like, You know, it may be something with Steam. I don't know. Maybe Steam isn't optimized. I don't know. It just like I'm going to reinstall Diablo 4 and play Diablo 4. Yeah, see, but I'm not saying that it's not saying that you're not smart. It's just it's such a like whole nother atmosphere. You're like, what? I gotta go to what is GitHub? And you know, you don't have no idea how to navigate through that stuff. And you're download this, download that. But why am I downloading this? What's it gonna do? Like, you know, they don't have that, dude. It's just you don't have to do that with Diablo 4 other than playing within Diablo 4 system, right? That's it. Like you don't have to do all this crazy BS. Bum me out. Path of Exile 2 bum me out. I'm gonna have to not play it right now. You know what I mean? So, and I don't want, and I really had high hope. I really liked the game. Like, I was really like all about the game. Like, damn, hell yeah! And then like, because of this, I fell behind so far that I wasn't enjoying the game anymore. Because I was like, okay, I get play. And there's been times where it froze, and I thought I got good drops for at least my character at the time. A couple times, handful of times, where I'm just like, dude, and I can't get him. Like, lose him. It's gone. Never have him again. And it's just like, dude. And for a minute, I thought like, you know what? Maybe it's Blizzard's thing, and I uninstalled everything that was Blizzard because maybe I was like, oh, maybe they're sabotaging on purpose, they're just not. I guess I'm going to. I'm gonna go ahead and download Battle.net again and put it back in and. Did like a new season start with Diablo anyway? Why is it downloading in documents like that? Yep. And I'm downloading it. I want to check out. No, it'll come to full release. It's well, at least I hope it does. Woo, 140 gigs though. A lot. So this was 11 days ago. Let's see. Let's take a look at it, man. I'm gonna pause the music here, or lower the music. Guess we can watch this. 26 minutes in, so let's go.
In the season of witchcraft, the tree is missing some of its heads, which, spoilers, is actually a big deal.
Someone has stolen heads from the Tree of Whispers, and it is the Wanderer's role to discover the mystery behind who is taking the heads and to what end.
As you progress through the storyline, you work with the Coven, and in exchange for your help, they will give you their own powers. And then you can utilize these powers in Season of Witchcraft.
If you're not familiar, the Tree of Whispers is this ancient tree with heads. You can come and ask for favors from the tree itself, but it will ask for something in return.
Notoriously, no one has been able to get out of their deal with the Tree of Whispers until now.
Who is it that's been freeing these heads from the Tree of Whispers? And what are the fugitive heads themselves trying to accomplish now that they're free from the tree?
And these
Can you hear
stolen
everything out
heads
there?
are scattered all around Sanctuary, causing chaos and spreading strange rot, taking over the bodies of the living. Head rotten are what happens when a head from the Tree of Whispers attempts to graft itself onto an already living creature to reclaim that life. They retain some of the tree's power. Brambles and roots grow along the inside of these creatures, bursting out and causing them to essentially have a head detach. And they don't mind sacrificing their living victims in their pursuit to live again.
During the course of the Season of Witchcraft, you're going to work with different witches to help solve the mystery of the missing heads.
The witches of Hawazar are a coven of witches and chose to serve the Tree of Whispers in exchange for its power. At this point, hatred is spreading all throughout Sanctuary, and for the first time, it's managed to launch an attack at the Tree of Whispers, and though the tree is still standing, it's definitely worse for wear. And the witches that are bound to the tree have to set things right. Investigate, hunt down these heads, and through gathering strength in their witch powers to deal with the encroaching threat, they will be able to uncover what the mystery is.
In exchange for your help, the witches are offering you their witch powers. And this season, you're going to be able to tap into 3 major categories of witchcraft power.
Una has eldritch powers, which are tied to the cycle of life and death.
Eldritch powers are the witch's form of dealing damage directly to enemies in the form of fire damage, burning damage, shadow damage.
Galena has power over psyche, which is illusion and seeing the unseen.
Powers of the mind, will, and soul, and they're the ones that protect you in battle. Growth and decay powers are powers of the swamp.
Caden deals with the body, disease and poultices, familiars.
They're the ones that decay your enemies and heal you in battle.
So you might be going for a fire sorceress, for example, and decide that you want to have ancient mystical frogs helping you in some way. These are going to be things that you're going to play with to get new levels of power and unique builds that really are special to just this season.
Every class can use every power for every build.
There is also lost witchcraft power that can be found while you're adventuring.
This is a special witchcraft power that exists outside the purview of traditional witchcraft powers. So as players progress through the storyline and they complete Whispers, they will earn a seasonal currency. This seasonal currency is used to, 1, purchase witch powers, and also upgrade your witchcraft powers. An example of an eldritch power would be a new power, Doom Orb, an ominous orb of pure eldritch energy that circles you and burns enemies with fire damage. Doom Orb gets stronger as you slay enemies and will eventually explode. Doom Orb will also launch itself at enemies if no enemies are near you. So we do have some returning fan favorites coming back in Season of Witchcraft. Players who are fans of our franchise will remember some of these powers are from
Look at his
Diablo 3,
hands. Easy with the hands,
specifically
buddy.
Witch Doctor. Fire Bats is returning from Diablo 3. Those who have played the Witch Doctor also remember the Hex skill, the Toad of Hugeness. However, it's been reimagined for Diablo 4 and Season of Witchcraft. This is the Poison Frog Servant.
I just think it's adorable, and I want to have a murderous pet frog follow me through Sanctuary.
Of all the witchcraft powers, something tells me that players are probably going to be the most excited about Piranha. It's effectively a whirlwind of water and chomping piranhas that will just shred your enemies to pieces. And yes, it does pull enemies towards it.
So players will be unlocking and upgrading their various witchcraft powers through performing headhunts. You're going to see that there's an area in the world where the Tree of Whispers has detected fugitive heads. The head rotten are there. You need to go hunt them down. When they interact with other monsters in the world of Sanctuary, best case scenario, they horrifically corrupt that monster to become a new headless form of itself. Worst case, they actually affix themselves to a monster and become a new boss-like entity that has this ancient rotting head on top of this now puppeteered body.
There is a horror in them, a sort of Frankenstein-esque monster. So they have more humanoid traits, but even stronger powers.
Like flaming swords they're going to be throwing at you, or they might be using poison axes that are hurled your way, or even shadow spears that tear up the ground. So these are going to be some new encounters that you've never seen before. As you perform various whispers in the area, hopefully you see briars out in the world. These are going to indicate that there's a head rotten there. If you manage to successfully take down one of the head rotten and claim a fugitive head, this can be returned to the witches at the Tree of Whispers, and you're going to get special seasonal sockables as a reward. On top of that, there will be some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help a bewitched frog, or there might be a lost wisp that needs to find its way home. As you engage in these whispers, you're going to get reputation with the witches, as well as seasonal currency that you can use to unlock and upgrade your witch powers. So we've seen a lot of great feedback from our players on what are the various features that they most want to see in Diablo 4 to make our game even better. One that's come up quite a few times is an armory. When you save a build in the armory, it's going to take a snapshot of everything currently on your character.
No!
Boards, your glyphs on those boards, and all of your gear.
They
Players
did
will be
not
able
do
to
that.
Access the armory UI from any major city. You're going to be able to pursue multiple different builds on one class at the same time. This can be pretty cool when leveling up, but it's especially fun once you get into the end game. At that point, whenever you find a cool item,
That kind of brought me back, dude.
Right now, but you can still use it. You can still.
I've been wanting an armory to save your set, save your builds.
Powerful setups of very different versions of your class at the same time. I am excited of what it could feel like to constantly be swapping between these different builds and seeing which one is the most powerful.
I'm excited for people to just immerse themselves in the season.
Me personally, I'm very likely going to be running a companion druid build with the grow power to have a giant werewolf army.
Hell yes.
We have a quest line that is different and emotionally gut-wrenching.
New witch powers, fugitive heads, new whispers.
Really interesting bosses that have unique attack patterns.
Uniques, legendaries, and new runes for Vessel of Hatred players.
There's a lot to try out here, some builds that have never been present before. I'm excited to see what players do with it.
Oh, it's okay. So it started last week. Whoa, easy,
Hello everyone,
Weezer.
and welcome to our first Diablo stream of 2025.
You know what?
We
To be
had
honest,
an excellent holiday break.
I'm a jerk for doing
super
that.
relaxed and
These
very
guys
excited
they're
to
human
bring
beings.
you
They're people.
Season of Witchcraft. As you might have seen,
So excited.
this Tuesday, we announced Season of Witchcraft is coming on January 21st. We've got an excellent show for you today. Today we're joined by some familiar faces. You know, Mr. Charles Dunn, welcome.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a game designer on the Live Balance team.
And I'm Aislinn Hall. I am a systems designer on Live Balance.
Aislinn, great to have you back. And all the way from Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway, welcome back to the stream.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Dan Tangway. I'm the design director for Live Services.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Dan. As you can all see, Season of Witchcraft is
You
upon
could
us.
see the
Huge shout out to our
you
production
could see
team. We've
the
got some
energy
absolutely disgusting
eroding from his head
whispers.
for being a live service.
You can't see on this
director.
guy yet. I might give him a spin later on, but the teeth on him are absolutely horrible. Yeah, without further ado, to give you a brief overview for the stream, we're going to walk you through the seasonal content, so Season of Witchcraft. Excited to get into it. Then we'll head over to some class and balance updates, give you a brief preview of some new uniques coming to the season, which should be pretty exciting. And then we'll have some system updates and get into some exciting features coming with Season of Witchcraft that have been much anticipated for a long time. Then stick around because we'll do a Q&A towards the tail end of the stream, and we'll get into all your questions. So I do have Twitch chat open that I'm looking at. and we will be collecting questions throughout the stream.
About
for
40
devs to
minutes?
answer. But before we jump into Season of Witchcraft, we do want to cast ourselves all the way back to the start of December where we had the 2.1 PTR. Thank you to everyone who jumped into this PTR. There was a ton of content, and we did have some exciting features. Like, I gotta ask you, Aislinn, like, how did it feel to get the armory finally into
Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for so long. I'm so glad it's finally here. The armory feels amazing to use. It's so great to finally have it in the game. Anyone who hasn't had a chance to try it yet, it's going to be a godsend in Season 7. You're going to love it. It's just such a useful tool, and we'll go more into the details later, but wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, Charles, did you get any feedback on uniques?
Yeah.
Any of the balance changes? Or?
Yeah, from the PTR, we got
Get
a lot
Bloodshed
of great
back in there,
feedback
man.
on balance and all the new content for classes, like the new uniques, new legendaries, all the tweaks and adjustments to skills. Your feedback's been invaluable. Not only like feedback written up on social media or on our forums or elsewhere, but also just like in the raw data, the player data, our telemetry has been very helpful in making sure that this season and every season is as best as it can be when it actually launches.
Yeah, that's a great point, Charles. Like, one thing we did want to touch on is even if you don't see your feedback represented throughout the stream, because we will be touching on different feedback across all the sections from our PTR, we do still internalize all that feedback and take it through and help, make decisions throughout future seasons. So all the feedback is very much appreciated and really does help inform that content. But yeah, there was a ton to chew on in the PTR. Like, we had all our witchcraft powers in there. Like, there's an absolute smattering of content. But very excited to throw it over to Dan Tangway. Can you let us know what players can expect in Season of Witchcraft?
Yeah, let's talk about the Season of the Witchcraft. There's a lot to cover at this point. You got a bigger chunk of it than you had in previous seasons in the PTR, but still, we've got some surprises in store that we want to share with y'all. So let's get started. First off, the Season of Witchcraft. Dozens of heads are missing from the Tree of Whispers. And so the tree is hell-bent and really just ticked off, wants to find them. I mean, these heads were part of a bargain. The tree is all about keeping your word, and now that bargain is broken. So yeah, the tree's mad. Full stop. Now the witches have summoned you to the tree, and they're offering you a deal. If you can get those heads back for them, they'll offer you the secrets of witchcraft. So that's where we begin. And the first thing, we're going to have an all-new quest line. And that new quest line is going to be you unraveling the mystery of those missing heads. And while you're doing that, like I said, you're going to be earning wild witchcraft and occult gems. We have a new activity called Head Hunts, and that's going to allow you to pursue whispers, slay Head Rotten, which is the new enemies, the new family of enemies that we have this season, and find those missing heads. In addition to the head hunts, you're also going to have root holds. These are new micro dungeons that allow you to discover bonus Head Rotten and also their bosses. And then finally, we've got some updates to the season journey that we'll cover, including a new pet named Dorian, which is a pet raven. This is our first flying pet, so we're pretty excited about that. Let's talk about some of the powers. So witchcraft, at least as we're defining it this season, it allows its practitioners to call upon the power of the swamp to do their bidding. And there are 3 schools of magic within witchcraft. We've got Eldritch Witchcraft, and that's uncanny magic that, is just weird and bizarre and very of the swamp. You've got Psyche powers. These are powers of the mind and spirit. And we've got Growth and Decay, and that's magic that both heals and harms your enemies. Going to take a look at some of these in action. So first up, we're going to have Eldritch powers once we get our clip going. And right here, we're seeing that we've got Fire Bats, which is a classic power from the Witch Doctor that we brought back this season, paired up with Doom Orb. Next up, we've got some Psyche powers here. And we're using Vengeful Spirit, which is kind of hanging around you and zooming between enemies, and the Aura of Lament, where you see these psychic projections of hands come out of the ground and slow your enemies. And finally, we've got growth and decay magic, and you watch right there, your wolves got really big all of a sudden. That's grow magic, and that's been paired up with the poison frog, which you see in the corner, wailing away on the head rotten there. So those are some good examples
Growth and
of
decay,
the types
dude.
of magics that you're going to be able to use in this season, and you'll start seeing them sprinkled all throughout the rest of the clips that we're about to show you. Next up, let's talk about the headhunts. So I said before the tree was really mad, right? Because it's missing its heads. And so what it's doing is actually calling out all new whispers, and it's just furiously searching for these heads. But it can't do it on its own, so when it calls out a
It's already
particular
out.
zone,
It's out right now.
roughly where the heads are.
It started on the 21st. This was out on the 16th.
To help it out, and you're one
So
of
I'm
the
just,
tree's
I haven't
agents,
seen
so
this.
you can
I
go and solve
somehow
some
missed
of those
this, so
whispers and get rewarded for them.
just watching. It's like 40 minutes.
Now the headhunts are special zone takeovers that complement the Hell Tide. So folks on
Basically got a
PTR
whole
call them
hour,
Witch
6
Tides.
minutes.
Sure, you can call them that. But the idea is that these aren't just replacing Hell Tides, they're there to supplement them in terms of what you can do in the overworld. Now these are going to be swarming with head rotten, those enemies we talked about before. The head rotten are monsters that have fallen under the influence of the missing heads, and the heads have transformed them in really grotesque ways. Now, these headhunts, like I mentioned, are going to feature all new whispers mixed with some existing ones as well. Completing a whisper unlocks what's called an exposed root, and that gives you a chance of actually triggering what is a cocoon. And these uprooted cocoons have a chance of then spawning a head rotten boss. So every time you complete a whisper, you've got a chance at triggering a boss. And occasionally a boss will spawn from one of these, and then everyone in the zone can work together to try and take down that boss. And if you're really lucky, that boss will have one of the missing heads associated.
When they start new seasons, MK,
So let's take a look at some of
you
this
always
in
start
action
off as a new character.
Now, first up, we're going to check out one of our new whispers. This is a shepherd whisper. This is allowing you to, guide some of these innocent wildlife in this area to safety. Very simple, but, the witches want to make sure that no one's harmed by the head rotten. Next up, we've got some villagers that are trapped in bramble in an entangled whisper. And so you're trying to defeat all the enemies around there in order to free the villager there. Following that, we're actually going to get a view of one of the exposed roots as it transforms into this uprooted cocoon.
Let's see, does Diablo...
much like...
So does Diablo 4 have cross progression? Yes, cross progression is also supported along with Diablo 4 cross-platform play. The cross progression or cross save feature ensures a smooth transition between different platforms. But the only problem is that you have to buy, like, if it's on console, you have to rebuy everything on Steam, I think. Yeah, you do have to do it. You have to buy that twice. Unfortunate.
some other open world boss fights. There's going to be some combat leading up to the boss spawning. And that first cocoon actually didn't have a boss in it, but you still got some rewards from it. So we're going to see if this second cocoon has a boss in it. So we're, continuing to clear head rotten, and indeed a boss does spawn. Now, unfortunately, it's not a boss with a missing head. This is a headless husk, but still, it's going to be pretty rewarding to defeat this. So hopefully everyone in the area realizes that, you know, there's a boss in the air and they're going to come help you defeat this. And yeah, that is a good peek at what headhunts are going to be. But let's go back to the tree now, because really want to take you through some of the steps on how to learn new witchcraft. So let's talk about that. So the first thing that's really important when you want to learn new witchcraft
it
is that
did
you're
crash
always
after
going to
creating
be
this
earning
Blood Mage
Covenant's
Fireball
favor from
build. It's
completing
quite
whispers.
funny.
And that's going to unlock.
Oh, are you
new
doing the
witchcraft
fireball one?
at certain
The one where you throw one
tiers
fireball, it turns
of
into
the
like
Coven favor board.
800 fireballs,
Now,
or like
additionally, as you're killing those head rotten that I showed you before, you're going to be earning Restless Rot. Now, Restless Rot is something that you can offer as proof of a kill to the altar to earn that new witchcraft. And then you can use it also to upgrade your witchcraft directly in your UI. One final note I want to make here
That's
is that
awesome.
we decided to use witchcraft and these seasonal powers as a way to help boost your alts. So that means that whenever you upgrade and unlock a piece of witchcraft, that's going to stay upgraded and unlocked for all your characters on your account for the rest of the season. So it's going to be a great leg up for, you know, trying new characters in the future. Well, let's take a look at some of this in action.
So Fatalized Crow, did you
All
know
right, so here
that they
we
have an
are
armory
in
now?
the Tree of Whispers
You
area.
can
and
save
we're
your
looking
builds now
at
on
the
Diablo
Coven
4.
rep board, and we'll see right up here that on rank 7 you actually unlock some more witchcraft. So we're going to go over to our altar now. Now at the altar we're going to take a look at a list of things that you haven't learned yet. And each of these costs Restless Rot to earn, and so you're going to learn Grow. And now Grow has appeared in your witchcraft inventory to the right. And you're also going to look at upgrading Abyssal Resonance. That was a bit of a mouthful. And we can upgrade it from rank 3 to 4 by just applying the Restless Rot directly. But headhunts aren't the only places that you're going to be able to find head rotten. Let's go, actually no, I'm skipping ahead. Let's talk about Forgotten Altars first. So there's a bit of a twist on earning some of your witchcraft. Not all the witchcraft that you can learn is actually known by the Witches of Hawazar, or the tree for that matter. Some of it has just been lost to the world. And so these take the form of lost powers that you can find on Forgotten Altars out in the dungeons of Sanctuary. So as you're adventuring through your dungeons, you will find some lost powers that you can't get anywhere else. And so it should be pretty exciting to stumble across one of these. Can't remember if there's a clip or not here, so let's take a look. Yeah, there it is indeed. And so real quick, you know, going through a dungeon, you see a Forgotten Altar, you interact with it, and then a new power is unlocked. Now the cool thing about these is that if you find more altars, you can upgrade your powers by doing this, but you can also upgrade them through spending a premium price of Restless Rot. So you've got a couple options for upgrading these once you're able to find them. Now we're going to talk about the root holds, I think. So root holds. Root holds are micro dungeons, and so
Just the way it
these micro
sounds.
dungeons are home
You're
to
what?
some of the head rotten and the head rotten bosses and the missing heads. They've gotten a little wise to what the tree's up to, so they're trying to hide underground. And so each of these contains a really concentrated population of head rotten and their rewards. And they require
Should we just go right into
a
it?
sigil called the Whispering Wood in order
Well,
to
I'm
access.
still downloading it, so I have to
And
wait.
so these drop from whisper caches. So as you complete those whispers, you'll get more access to root holds, as well as silent chests, which actually are pretty common in the headhunt areas. So let's take a look at a root hold. First off, we're going to open our inventory, and in there is going to be a Whispering Wood. And we're just going to trigger that like we would any Nightmare dungeon. And then we're going to teleport right into our root hold. And I can take you through a little bit of that. All right, now we're in the root hold, and we're going to come upon a couple of interactions, actually 4. These are rites and ceremonies. These are interactions that allow you to increase the challenge in the root hold in order to get more rewards. And if it reminds you a little bit of Hell Breaches, well, it is pretty similar, but unlike those, you can actually do multiple rites and ceremonies instead of just one. And when you take those on, then all the enemies and all the interactions afterwards have been impacted. And so we're going to fight through some of the head rotten here.
That's the
like
build.
I said, Root holds are
I've
a
seen
pretty
people playing
good
this
spot
build.
to get a concentrated dose of them. And you also get a number of guaranteed roots that you can try and uproot as well, which is great. We'll watch a little bit more of this, and then we'll culminate with a boss. Well, one more battle first, but I'll say that each root hold is guaranteed to have a boss at the end, which is nice if you want to start really trying to grind to get your missing heads. Now let's take a look at the boss. Oh, well, this boss actually has a head, so that's pretty cool because a lot of them don't. So we're going to kill that boss.
Did he just say
boss
that?
is going to drop a missing head, and we're actually going to go take it back to the Tree of Whispers now. So taking it back to the Tree of Whispers, we're going to talk to a witch, and we're going to be able, in return for giving her this head, craft an occult gem. And this gem, I think we're going to craft as an Elder Sigil, and we're going to be able to slot that into one of our rings. So let's do that right now. Here we go. And the Elder Sigil is not only going to provide us some defense like you would get from your a diamond or a skull that you've slotted into a ring or a not a talisman. Yeah. But also
Ring.
it's going to give you some additional bonuses above and beyond that. But I'm dancing around it. What are occult gems? And so let's talk a little bit more about what occult gems are at this point. So occult gems are special socketables. And these socketables are going to really help you fine-tune your build after you have kind of a good foundation of witchcraft. Now they're crafted, like you saw, using the missing heads returned to the Tree of Whispers. They can only be slotted in jewelry slots, though, your talismans and your rings, and they only last for the season. Now, when items transfer to the Eternal Realm, they disappear forever. And they build on top of your witchcraft powers. You know, they're going to provide item and skill bonuses for certain witchcraft combinations. So if you really like the Piranado, for example, you're going to be investing in Hex and Aura. And if you invest a lot in Hex and Aura, it probably is wise to try and find an occult gem that also builds on top of those things as well. And that'll really allow you to fully enhance your build while you're entering and then playing through the end game. All right, so we've talked a bit about occult gems. While we were putting all this together for Season of Witchcraft, we also saw some really good opportunities to improve the quality of life of the Whisper Loop. So let's talk through a couple of those right now. First off, we've updated the town area around the Tree of Whispers. Previously, it was kind of small. It was, you know, home to a number of outcasts, and that group of outcasts has grown this season. Not only do the witches make home there, but there's a couple of new people there that provide additional services. And we've also actually put an extra armory in there too, so you can make use of that. Now, while you're out in headhunts, we've also added a new feature called the Raven of the Tree. And this allows you to basically make submissions to the Tree of Whispers, turn in your Grim Favor in order to be able to get a cache immediately on the spot, instead of having to return to the, you know, the Tree of Whispers itself. And, you know, it's convenient, sure, but it also allows you to really stay in the moment. If, for example, you know, a new boss is triggered or something like that from an uprooted cocoon, and you want to join in that, you go over to the Raven of the Tree, turn in your Grim Favor, and then get right back into the battle again. And finally, we've got some ancestral caches. These are a new type of cache that we've added that guarantees an ancestral item. And we wanted to make sure just that the Whisper Loop had, you know, a full range of items that it could drop. So we're pretty excited to be able to share all of these with you, as well as some new improvements to the season journey. So let's talk through those real quick. Now, with the season journey, we realized that a lot of casual players use the season journey as a way to figure out what to do next. And we also realized that our early chapters hadn't really been helping the casual players as much as we would have liked. So we've reworked a lot of those early objectives to help casual players more, because we want to see more of them get into the end game. Now, the later chapters, though, didn't feel especially challenging to us. So we've tried to improve that. Chapter 7 especially, we've reworked to really provide some more aspirational goals for players. And this is something that we're just going to continue working on in future seasons as well. Now, we've asked you to do a lot more in terms of the objectives, so we wanted to make sure we gave you a really great reward too. So this is where you can earn Dorian the Raven. And like I said at the top, this is our first flying pet, which is pretty awesome. So let's take a look. You know, I am pretty excited to get Dorian. I have a feeling that flying pets are pretty much going to be my new favorite moving forward. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah, Dorian's going to be wonderful. You know, Ravens love shinies, so him picking up your gold is just perfect.
Oh yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah. And finally, I think I'd like to chat through some PTR stuff. So Charles is going to cover a lot of the updates we made to the powers and occult gems, because that's what his team focused on. But the seasons team really focused on some of the headhunts and systems and took a lot of your feedback and really tried to improve the game prior to launch. So here's a couple things that I just want to cover.
So what Path of Exiles 2 did is obviously they put Diablo on its heel, right? So they had to step it up.
And so we've done a number of things to tweak the headhunts to make sure that they don't feel as overwhelming. First off, we've made some targeted reductions to the number of elites. There were just a lot of elites on the PTR. And so you're still going to have a lot of monster density as you're fighting through these headhunts. But hopefully this will make things a little more manageable because we also had to reduce the number of, not the number of bosses, but the frequency at which they spawned. We've got bad luck protection to make sure that, you will eventually see a boss spawn as you're playing through a headhunt, but we had to dial that down just a little bit because they were coming up quite often. We've also reduced the number of low-value item drops. We had heard from a number of you that you were spending more time picking up a lot of items that really weren't good instead of actually battling the head rotten, which is what we want you to do. We've also reduced the number of active headhunt zones from 5 to 4. And then finally, we're going to add a new HUD element. A number of folks had pointed out that it wasn't really clear that completing whispers was the thing that actually triggered the roots and then the cocoons. And so we've got a HUD element that will definitely illustrate that better. Unfortunately, that's not going to come till release 2.11, which is going to be roughly 2 weeks out from launch. Now, head rotten, especially bosses, were not challenging enough. So that's another thing that we've looked to address. We've increased the head rotten barrier effect. Previously, it was around half health. We've made that full health now. And we gave the head rotten a very small percentage of damage reduction as well. We've given you a lot of cool new powers in form of witchcraft to play with. We want to make sure the head rotten serve as a good challenge for you as you're building out your witchcraft powers. Next up, head rotten bosses were just not rewarding enough across the board, so we've increased their rewards to a level that's closer to a blood maiden than what they were previously. And then finally, some players didn't quite understand how to earn and upgrade witchcraft, so we made some changes to help with that. Each altar is going to contain the same inventory now instead of having unique inventories, and that way you don't need to try and figure out which altar you need to go to in order to learn something. And we've also rewritten a lot of the tooltip descriptions to make sure that we're very clear about where you can go to get things. But yeah, I think that covers it for PTR learnings. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but I think I'll pass it back to Irvine.
No, I think you covered all of it, Dan. That was incredible. That was an absolute ton of content. There's just so much to dive into with this season. Like, I think I can speak for everyone, like between root holes, witchcraft powers, occult gems, like there's just so much in the mix to dive in and get used to. And like, it all kind of comes back to headhunts that you can kind of use as a zone to get through, like to get into all the content, which is super exciting. So Dan, thanks so much for walking us through all of that. I know we've got more details coming out in our patch notes following the stream, and we
uniques and legendaries that you're going to get to play with in this season. First, before getting into each individual class, I want to talk about some of our broader initiatives on the class design side that kind of affect every class in some way. Specifically, wanted to talk about how we did some ultimate skill updates in this patch. For ultimate skills, we're now we're able to get skill ranks on them starting in season 6, the previous season. But now once you get them up to rank 5, you're going to get a special bonus. And we found these to be really flashy and fun on the PTR. People love playing with ultimates, and you get to cast them more often. They've got more effects. They had some scaling to ways to scale their damage with these rank 5 bonuses sometimes. We did find that some of those exact scaling numbers were a little on the higher side. They were a little bit more powerful and kind of crowding out non-ultimate builds.
Right.
We love that people are playing these and we want them to be powerful, but there are certainly some times when it's a little too much and it feels like you can't play anything else.
Right.
So we are taking a pass across the board on some of those ultimate scalings to bring them down just a little bit, but we still expect them to be very powerful and is going to be attributed to the player and not to a separate entity that's kind of separated from you. And what that ultimately means is that all of those summons will now inherit your damage bonuses more consistently. Anything that says you deal increased damage affects your summons. Just out of the box, it works for everything. It's just more consistent interaction across the board. Any of your lucky hit effects that says, hey, you've got a lucky hit chance to stun an enemy. All of the damage from your summons also can trigger that now. And this is great for consistency across the board. Previously, it was sometimes inconsistent what would work with what. And I'm particularly excited about Shadow Clone, as we'll talk about in the Rogue section coming up. But that was one that historically really never hit the mark for an ultimate skill. And with this new update, we think Shadow Clone is going to really live up to the promise of really duplicating your actions in a way that feels meaningful and does tons of damage exactly like you'd expect it to.
Oh, it's going to be very powerful. I'm looking forward to it. And
right on, man. Sounds good. Have a good one.
Extension of you now.
Have a good one, MK.
All of your
Thanks for hanging out, man.
power. They're inheriting all of that properly, and they're going to blast. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. The one last kind of big picture item that we took away from the PTR was about crowd control effects. We noticed that there's a whole lot of what I call incidental crowd control effects, things that happen from lucky hits or procs, specifically from the Worldly Fortune Tempering Manual that gives you lucky hit, chance to stun, or chance to freeze an enemy, as well as particularly from the Fist of Fate unique item. We found that it was often the most common way to build your character in the late game was to really stack up these effects, and then you're just applying a lot of crowd control on this lucky hit cadence rather than actively pressing crowd control buttons or really opting into it. And we do think that once it gets to a certain point of that, it can make our combat less engaging, where enemies just randomly get stunned or frozen without you really having too much input into that. But then it also makes it very frustrating when you don't lucky hit and an enemy hits you that you expected to have got hit with this. So we're looking to potentially address that in a future season or future updates. We don't have any changes regarding the crowd control here in Season 7, but it's one of those examples of the learnings that we're going to take forward to future seasons and potentially look at improving this so that we can make our combat feel that much more engaging and actually get a little bit of back and forth between you and the enemies a bit more than there currently is, especially in the hyper late game situation when your characters are really maxed out. So with that in mind, let's get on to some of the individual classes, starting with the Barbarian. So the Barbarian on the Season 7 PTR was performing quite solidly. We were pretty happy with where Barbarian landed. We are really excited about Hammer of the Ancients and this Earthquake build with the new unique, which we'll show in a moment. We do think the Hammer of the Ancients part of that maybe could use a little bit more numerical buffs, so we threw some buffs there, as well as to Whirlwind. That build was definitely falling a bit behind some of the other builds. But on the whole, we definitely expect Barbarian to be really powerful and a strong option going forward. Let's take a look at that new unique item, the Mantle of Mountain's Fury.
Oh, yes.
This empowers your Hammer of the Ancients to cause a seismic line, and if that line hits an earthquake, it's going to explode that earthquake for massive damage. A big fire explosion. Looks so sweet.
It's very intense.
Very powerful, and right on the Barbarian fantasy of just, hitting things with big weapons, making earthquakes, making explosions.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
I love it because like the flavor of Hammer of the Ancients is like hit the ground and smash it. And this is just taking that and amplifying it by like 100 times.
Oh, absolutely. So really excited for this and to see how this build performs in Season of the Witchcraft. Up next, we've got the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, kind of in contrast to the Barbarian, was by far the weakest class on the PTR. No getting around that. We made some adjustments going into this season that we think maybe overshot and brought Sorceress down a little further than we'd be happy with. Particularly changes to Conjuration and Burning bonuses. We're happy with how that affected build variety, but the overall power level suffered. So with that in mind, we're going to do a lot of buffs mainly on the passive effects for the class to really kind of bring all of their numbers up by just a little bit across the board. I specifically wanted to call out our changes to Searing Heat and Icefall. These are legendary Paragon nodes that previously were very build specific, like you would only use Searing Heat in a burning build. We've made some tweaks to it where it's still good in a burning build, it's probably better, but it also has some applications across all builds and all damage types. So these will just be a little bit more generically applicable, but still very good for the build that they were initially intended for.
Right.
With that in mind, I want to show some of the updates to Firebolt enchantment. This is one that we had reworked as part of those burning changes, and we thought even on the PTR it wasn't quite hitting the mark. So now, dealing burning damage, if you take this enchantment, will have a chance to heal you for some of your maximum life, which it already did, and it also unleashes a bonus Firebolt onto a nearby enemy. So that you can see in this clip here, when enemies are burning, they're just randomly firing off some extra firebolts to nearby enemies that can really help to spread that burning and take down big packs.
Yeah, it's its own little chain firebolt now.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, want to highlight some of the new uniques coming in this season. So Sorceress has two. The Strike of Stormhorn is a unique focus that's going to modify your ball lightning to give you super ball lightnings sometimes. So it'll always fire out straight forward, and it's a little bit faster. And occasionally you'll get the Super Ball Lightning, which will explode for a big chunk of damage at the end in a cone shape, and also stun enemies.
It's kind of like going bowling.
Exactly, and you get a strike. Stormhorn. Exactly. Alternatively, you could take the other unique focus that is being introduced in this season, Okun's Catalyst, to kind of play Ball Lightning the way it's often been played in the past, with this gravitational effect. We've done some reworks on the gravitational aspect that previously did that, and now it will be in this unique, where the ball lightnings will orbit around you and do damage to enemies who are close by. You really want to get close and in that action, whereas with Strike of Stormhorn, you're playing at a little bit more of a range.
Right.
We really like how we're doing these like paired uniques, where you kind of have a choice. Hey, what focus do I want to use? They are going to be mutually exclusive. You can't have both. But that's because they're so different, and they're different play styles. But we think putting these into different uniques gives us the space to really live up this fantasy, give you lots of affixes and bonuses that make it as powerful and really to help enhance that fantasy that we're hoping to play.
Yeah, and Okun's Catalyst really gives you that like transformative ball lightning experience, which is like the orbiting ball lightning, but Strike of Stormhorn kind of just amplifies the original ball lightning experience, which is just shoot it out and have it explode in this magnificent blast of energy. So I love that we are allowing both of those to shine.
Absolutely. All right, on to the next class. We've got the Druid. So the Druid on the PTR did have one bugged build. One of their legendary Paragon nodes was causing their damage to scale way higher than we intended. Occasionally would even kind of break the game and you'd see negative damage numbers. Definitely not intended. We fixed that bug. But despite that, we think Druid on the whole was still in a solid place even without that. We've made a number of adjustments and reworked the blurred beast aspect. This is one that we had tried out a rework on the PTR, and it wasn't quite hitting the mark. It wasn't quite as engaging to play as we had hoped, so we did a rework to it to help improve the shred builds for Werewolf. Additionally, I wanted to highlight some of the Spirit Boon updates. These were the Druid class mechanic. You get these Spirit Boons. Historically, they've been a little bit falling behind, and we've done some big buffs here to make them really powerful. I especially like the Gift of the Stag. It's my favorite one. It gives you passive spirit generation every second.
Yeah.
That really helps smooth out Druid's early game in particular when they're struggling to really get their resource engine online. They were definitely one of the slower classes early on, and I think this update to the Spirit Boons is going to really help that.
Yeah, totally. And that's just such a great example of how the update is going to help them, because Druids have typically struggled with generating spirit in the early game, and so having more access to that's going to help a ton.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Blurred Beast rework. So on the PTR, it would do some bonus strikes based on how far you traveled. Now your shred will just always have a chance to land additional strikes, but it's going to roll that randomness 4 times. So if you get real lucky in your shred, you're going to hit so many times on that target, which really helps amplify the fantasy of werewolf striking fast, striking multiple times.
Yeah, this aspect is super fun to play,
kinda
and I
cool.
absolutely love what the art team did with this, combining the mechanics of, that feedback on the extra strikes with the actual additional slashes going out. It looks awesome.
All right, on to the Rogue. So the Rogue was a very strong class on the PTR. We thought it was in a great spot. Very powerful, particularly with Rain of Arrows.
Yeah.
Rain of Arrow builds were already a pretty common, pretty powerful build before the season, but with the new changes to introduce the additional scaling damage on it, they were just absolutely top.
Yeah.
So I will say that, of course, as part of addressing the ultimate changes across the board, we did bring down the scaling a little bit on Rain of Arrows, but we do think that it's still going to be a very compelling choice. Rogue and ultimate skills are going to be just fine going forward into the season.
It'll be good.
Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about Shadow Clone. I know I teased that earlier with the summons update. Shadow Clone was probably one of the biggest updates in this season to really make sure it worked with all of your damage, all of your bonus effects, all of your procs, and especially work with a lot of your legendary effects that modify your skills. So previously, if you had, say, if you were using Flurry and you had the aspect of encircling blades that would cause Flurry to hit all around you, your Shadow Clone wouldn't know that you have that. It would just kind of attack like a normal Flurry. With this update, it'll now copy all of your legendary effects.
Yes!
Just as if you were casting the skill yourself, it comes from the Shadow Clone.
Okay.
And it works with all of those modifications.
And that's huge.
Absolutely.
It's
massive,
dude.
dude.
A lot more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really think, I love Rain of Arrows. I love Death Trap.
I used to love
Rogue,
I was
but
trying to make a
I
Flurry
think
build,
Shadow
but it just
Clone,
didn't make any sense.
It's time to shine.
It
this
is.
season.
Shadow Clone, hit the gym.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Shadow Clone in action. So here we've got the Aspect and Circling Blades, the Flurry that I had mentioned earlier.
Oh, baby.
Doing the big AoE
Dude,
around
let's
both
go.
you and the Shadow Clone. Additionally, with twisting blades, when they come back and orbit around you, that Blade Dancer's aspect, they'll also come back and orbit around your Shadow Clone.
Wonderful.
Charles, you're going to make me do a Rogue Flurry Shadow Clone build this season.
Yeah, it should be great. Let me know how that works out. All right, on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer
All right, let's
was
see it.
probably the class that benefited most from a bug with the scaling of the ultimates. As I mentioned, there were some scaling with different stats.
Yeah.
And whenever there was 2 stats involved, particularly on Army of the Dead, then it was actually increasing the damage far higher than we had intended. So we have fixed that bug, and we've addressed it. But with that in mind, Necromancer is definitely the biggest benefit of the summons update. I know Shadow Clone is great, but Necromancer is the summons class.
Of course.
So they have by far the most. All of their skeletons.
Dude, my
and their
explosion build
golems
that I
are now
had
gonna much
was
more consistently
insane,
interact
dude.
with your lucky hit procs, your bonus
I had
damage
a-
effects.
I had an amazing
anything that,
explosive build.
increases your damage
Corpse
output,
blast
will
build.
also increase the damage output of your minions. And on the whole, we really expect the summon Necromancer to be at its peak going into this season.
Amazing.
So channeling my Adam Jackson here. Minion stomps high.
Minion stomps are absolutely going up this season, for sure. Additionally, we've got some new, just like the Sorcerer, we've got 2 uniques that talk to Bloodwave, the unique, or the legendary, the ultimate skill. We've got 2 different unique pants that can enhance your Bloodwave in different ways. Let's take a look at a clip of those. So first we've got Indriel's Memory, and this is going to be kind of your standard blood wave. It still flies forward, but when it hits the end, it's going to trap enemies in a bone prison. Additionally, it modifies your bone spear to also become a blood skill. Now you've got a blood spear.
Right.
And with the inherent affix here, casting your bone spear reduces blood wave's cooldown. It really promotes the synergy between blood and bone, and you're gonna get a nice loop of, hey, cast the blood wave, and then trap them in that bone prison. Hey, that's perfect for lining up this blood spear. And by casting that, you're going to reduce the cooldown in a blood wave to be ready for the next pack.
Right. This unique alone really makes blood and bone, like a blood and bone build, come alive, which is cool.
Absolutely. The alternative, you could use Kasemi's Legacy. This one changes blood wave. Instead of one wave going forward, you've got two crashing in from both sides. And it's going to pull enemies towards you, and when it hits, it's going to do a big pulse of damage in the middle.
That's awesome.
It's so cool. It's very transformational in the way you think about it, the way you position it, and what your use case is, right? It's not for pushing enemies away. It's for bringing them in close and really wanting to be in the thick of combat there.
Yeah, it really makes me think about like a more melee or close range centered necro build, whereas Indira's Memory makes me think about a ranged necro build.
Absolutely. This is, pulls them in, perfect for setting up a blood surge to hit enemies right around you. So definitely looking forward to see, a blood wave being played in a number of different ways in this new season. And finally, we've got the Spiritborn, of course, our newest class, which is very strong. It was very strong in the previous season, or what's currently live on Season 6. We did some adjustments to some of the bugged interactions that was causing their damage to scale way higher than intended, as well as a handful of nerfs across the board going into the PTR. That being said, on the PTR, we still found them to be a very strong class, arguably still the strongest. So with that in mind, we didn't really make too many changes. We really wanted to make sure that we brought some of the other classes up to that level, and we think the Spiritborn is in a good place. So there was actually very minimal amount of numerical adjustments to Spiritborn going into this season. With that in mind, I wanted to highlight the Razor Wings build. There's a new unique item, the Sunstained War Crozier, as well as a new aspect, the aspect of Endless Talons. That's going to really help enhance this Razor Wing build. I think we've got a clip of that. So we've got the Sunstained War Crozier, and that's going to enhance all of your focus skills. They automatically benefit from all of their upgrades. You don't need to invest skill points in there. And they
a flurry
increase
build.
the damage of your potency skill, your Razor Wings.
I don't know. It's either that or
the
Necromancer was dope, though.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we're really looking forward to seeing how this Razor Wings was maybe a little bit underrepresented on the current season, and we're really looking forward to this unique and the new legendary to really bring it up to par. All right, so that covers our class updates, and once again, I kind of went at high level for each class because the actual number of changes were rather, I think on the whole, occult gems were pretty strong. They were really hitting that mark of they were appealing to put into your jewelry, the rings and the amulet, and they give you a lot of defense and a lot of other bonuses. Some of the bonuses maybe a touch high, so we brought some of them down by just a little bit.
Right.
We still think on the whole these are going to be really exciting moments to be able to craft these once you get those heads. I really like to call out the update to Witching Hour here at the end.
We're just gonna go right into it. What do you guys think? You okay with that? I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that? Hold on one second here. Hopefully it'll let me play. New character. Dun dun dun. Trying to think of a name. I'm thinking of a name. Mwah, ah, 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 ah. I was gonna go.
This is how the world I knew ended. By three they come. By three thy way opens. And a new one began. It started with Lilith and Inaris, the creators of Sanctuary. They each had their own twisted plans for humanity. Lilith most of all.
Salvation lies not in the light, but in you.
Our only hope was a wanderer who'd been fed the demon's blood. This bond with Lilith was the key to unraveling her plans. Others joined the cause.
Akkurat. Cheers, chicham. Mini demisichis. Mini demisichis. Azukudo. Mart solan. Akkurat. Cheers, chicham. Mini demisichis. Mini.
Boy, young one.
Yeah, I will say, man, Blizzard's got it.
Are you alright?
Akkurat. Cheers, chicham. Mini demisichis. Mini demisichis.
Nerel?
Azukudo. Mart.
Oh, you're not well. Please,
Akkurat.
please, please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me!
Nerel! Is that how I raised you?
No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akaratst.
Wait, what's happening? DLLA, bro. Boost. Dang, it's got the ray tracing in it too? Ooh, ciao, bro. Is it gonna melt my game? Let's find out. Oh, it's got some of the same. Loading product information. Oh, did it crash? It did. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Let's go to here. There. Oh, is it the maintenance is what's happening? Yeah, there's like maintenance going on. That's why it's being weird. Hi. Hi. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Am I doing something wrong? used to be. I thought it was. It used to be there for the changing of the. Like maybe I have to go to the statue thing again. The it may or may not work for me. Oh, I have to see. May or may not.
Akarat's blessings on you, traveler.
Need something special?
Unicorn.
Until next time.
Okay, so on the map, where do I gotta go? Alright, let's go. Alright, so on our way there, let's do this. Let's go over to Cave Shot, bro. I forgot a lot of stuff in this game, so it's like gonna be interesting. Especially like early Blood Mage on Expert. Let's see.
They burned him.
Same as always.
Just himself up in the...
Same as always. Put a sinner on parade.
Leave her be.
I'll not have the faithful of Inarius shedding tears for a sinner. I won't say it twice. Where's your decency? Clear off! And you, your Prava's abandoned lapdog. Is that right? What a dismal, faithless existence.
That sick bastard has probably already sent his zealots after Lorath. The old man better still be alive. dead. How many have the knights killed?
Stop right there, stranger.
That's the Wanderer! Get them!
To the Father's holy light.
All these bodies. We're serving the wards a damn feast.
You there! Why do you approach the house of a known heretic? Deny me again.
I know that he's a recluse and a drunk, but he's...
wish you'd arrived a moment sooner.
Where?
Brought a friend.
Wanderer. So many corpses. Always leading to you. And who is this? I want to save her if we... I want to save her if we can keep...
Help me.
And lo, I will help.
Akarat.
All right, here. Now where do I go? We're here. that later for the
Back in line. You want in? You get checked for disease like everyone else.
Lady, no coin, no deal. You want the blade, you pay the price.
Yes, the game is on.
Smithing fit for an Iron Wolf. Axes, armor, pots and pans. Lucky day, friend. Faye, we have a guest.
Yes, Papa.
Stay put, Faye. If trouble comes a-knocking,
Then I go to the hideout, like you said.
that's my girl.
I won't forget this, stranger.
Guardsmen, how many?
More than usual. The gate won't hold.
They must not breach the city.
Get in the wagon!
You're as scrappy as Loren said. But this isn't over yet. Come.
Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Oh, the game is crashing a lot. Wonder why. Well, anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. 6 o'clock. Been a wild day. I'm tired. Gonna play this a little bit offline. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here, hanging out. My name is Ninjerky. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday here on Twitch, TikTok, and on YouTube. Got new merch coming out. Definitely take a look at it. Trying to get to 2K on YouTube. But until then, I'll see you tomorrow.